And the microphone is on. Oh, wow. Okay. As the things are going by here. Awesome. Irish monk. Okay. Gifted a 10-pack. And really cool. All right, so let's start out with thank you, Scott Hartman, for gifting the first one there. Thank you, Piggy, for throwing in that £2 super chat. Thank you, Grandma B, for throwing in that $2 super chat. Thank you, Scott Hartman, again, for gifting one membership. Thank you, Piggy, for gifting one membership. And thank you, Irish Monk, for gifting 10 a 10-pack of memberships. And congratulations on to all those people who got them. That is awesome, and we see a whole bunch of you ended up getting them. So too many to list down here, but welcome everyone, and what a way to start a show. Thank you very kindly. I do appreciate that wonderful support. And that is absolutely awesome yeah, there's an angel. He climbed over the fence, but it's okay. Thanks, Irish Monk, and thank you to Scott and Piggy and Grandma B as well. That is absolutely awesome. Let's get at things. First person and Poppy in today, Tom and Pepper. So Tom and Pepper get the cookies and the bones. So Tom, Pepper gets a cookie, you get the bones. Okay? Oh no, hang on, it's the other way around. Something like that. You guys fight over it. Figure it out. Oh, share with everyone. That's awesome. Yep. Cook some soup out of that big bone there, and you can share with everyone. Anyway, let's get at things. And happy Wednesday. It didn't rain much here today. I'm very happy. A matter of fact, I just looked and realized that they mowed the lawn down in Bunnyland. Wow, I could have got a little closer to the dispenser, but I guess, 2 feet away is close enough, huh? Anyway, glad to have everyone on board here today, and that is an awesome way to start. A happy Wednesday, June 21st, first day of spring. The longest day of the year, where you have the most daylight. So pretty cool. At least in the northern hemisphere. I don't know about those guys on the southern hemisphere. So that is what we've got going on. And I want to say welcome to our wonderful moderators, Arizona Snowman and Piggy, who is already here in the chat, as well as CND Boy, and Gary at 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, Lucas Snow, Joseph Fields, Texas, and Mona Lisa Smiles. Not a good day to be a vampire. No, it's not a good day to be a vampire, because you're limited, especially, actually, Tom, if you go to the southern hemisphere, it'll be okay. But the northern hemisphere, no, not good. Anyway, on screen, before we get into other things, is our wonderful Helena Umu crater there at Kilauea in Hawaii, and still no visible hot molten gooey lava that we love to see. You could sleep in longer. I wish. Yeah, vampires can sleep in. Vampires love the winter solstice. Yeah, they do. Anyway, looking at what we see there, nothing has collapsed, nothing has changed. It's a dried lava bed and cooling off quickly. So that is about the gist of the news for that area. I have not had the opportunity to look at our earthquakes around the world yet. I know they're here somewhere in my list of things, and a matter of fact, I'm looking for them, trying to locate them, and I think I may have found them. They're not doing a heck of a lot. Let's see if we can get at them here. Oh yeah, just gonna take a little bit. I hope, things are revving up. I hope that you guys aren't buffering or anything like that. I see my bit rates just jumped sky high. Hopefully it will be okay, and should be back. If it was bad, it should be back now, so all good. And why was I hearing shots fired from an airsoft from a couple of thousand yards away? Or is that a couple of thousand miles? Kim Raudenbush, were you at it again? Crap, he did hear it. Yeah, I heard it. A matter of fact, the ducks on the roof all flew away, so that's okay. Anyway, we should be back to a pretty stable bit rates here. I see it is bouncing up and down a bit. Hopefully we'll get that cured here. I'm just going to kind of hang on for a second. And yeah, the bit rates are bouncing pretty hard here for some reason all of a sudden. Not sure what is actually going on. That should be a little more stable now though. It should be back, Henry and Tom, hopefully. And, why is my picture all fuzzy? Okay, now, all right, thank you. And, yep, and that got a little bit better. Let's turn off that big banner. And as mentioned, pretty normal looking there. And wanted to go over and just have a quick peek at the earthquakes. We do have a few earthquakes, nothing too crazy though. 5.0s, 5.2s, 5.5 is about the biggest I see, and that is actually in the mid-Atlantic ridge, so fairly quiet earthquake-wise that way, so that should be okay. And we'll get at saying hello to everyone, so hang on for a second. Okay, well, let's try this now. So we'll start out with saying hello to Perfectibility999 and Henry Nelson and Pistol Pete and Tom Dice and Pepper, of course, and Sue Hayes. Mars 2028 is here. Kim Raudenbush is shooting with his gun. Hermian and Fluffy also here. Welcome. And scrolling up now, looking for other names. Scott Hartman, of course, is here. Welcome, Scott. Henry Gott, okay, going up. Let's see, Irish Monk. And good to have you on board there, Irish Monk. And still scrolling up, looking for other names. And we do see all those people that got gifted there, and that is awesome. And let's see, Sue, Brian, Scott, yep, got those. Still scrolling upward here, looking for other ones. And that Metal Omi 54, welcome back, and glad to have you on board. And let's see, who else have we got in here? Scrolling up. Lots of repeats, but that is okay. We see Bill Kimmel is here. John Raper also on board. Welcome to both of you. And let's see, who else we got? Dan is in the house again. Welcome, Dan. Still scrolling up, looking for other wonderful people. And let's see, who we got? Sixth Sense Amelia, welcome. Kia Ora, glad to have you on board. Grandma B is also here, welcome, Grandma B. And I think we are just about at the top. And we are at the top, so I don't see any other names. Hopefully I've got everyone. If I did not call your name out, or you came in sneaking in late and grabbed a cookie like Tom Caruso, or Sebastian. We will say hello to both of you. And of course, there's other people that may be lurking, and that is all fine, and welcome to those as well. And let's get at it. So yeah, looking at what we've got going on the screen, of course, like I mentioned earlier, Helima crater. It's basically only cold lava. That's all we see. Cooled down stuff. They did have or did zoom into the this guy here, our southwest vent before. I did notice quite a bit of breaking material in there where it's basically collapsed and somewhat fallen apart earlier. Hopefully that will be okay. I'm trying to get myself oriented in the right spot here, getting on the right screen. So yeah, not much happening there in Hawaii. A quick peek at the other still shots. Nothing really new there. The southeast lava pond is really gone. No reason to even talk about it. Central vent here is filled up with lava, and we do see changes here in Pig Island, but some smoke in the way. Hard to tell what's really truly going on. And of course, over here on the left-hand side, or the western side of the crater, we are seeing the massive drop down here, where we have several acres of material that have just vanished, and more breaking of the edges. So not a surprise after all the lava is gone. So still wondering where that lava went. Here's the other shot from further back from the B1 camera. Not really anything major to see there. Find this interesting though. We do see some steam / smoke coming up over here, and that is a little odd. I didn't see that before, but it is there. We know it's all along the edges and stuff, but this looks a little bit different. So maybe we've got some change in plumbing down underneath. Larry Davis coming in from, what is it? Kissimmee, Florida. Welcome, Larry. Good to have you on board. And let's see, this is the thermal shot. So we were looking at what was actually happening there on the thermal cam, and not a heck of a lot. We see things are cooling down. The line there, that was the old line where everything is kind of saturated and cooling off from. The West Lava Pond used to be here. The toehold was right in here, and not sure what is going to happen with any of these things now, but we will certainly keep an eye on them. And of course, in that shot here, you can see the depression it left behind, and a bunch of the larger boulders and so on that are now protruding out of that area. Very interesting. So let's leave Hawaii be, and we will carry on and take a look at our Icelandic stuff, hoping that we might have something going on there. Let's see if we can find Iceland. I found it. There it is. So clicking on that button, and of course there it is. That is the city of Reykjavik at 23:22 or 11:22 p.m. Looks like daylight there, doesn't it? Let's go back about 9. Well, let's pick 9 hours here. Steady a number. They didn't have too bad of a day there during the day, and we'll see what it looks like. There we go. Beautiful shot. A little bit of a blue sky, some clouds still poking through. That is the capital city of Reykjavik. We are on top of the Perlin Center, looking towards a downtown area, and looking not bad. So we'll put that one back to live and actually make it smaller. We'll move over to the next shot, This one, of course, is from the Perlin Center as well, but that is the regional airport there in Reykjavik. And of course, you can see off in the distance, and there is Keilir, and the wonderful volcano, and it looks like the sun may be setting. Let's pop that over to about the 9-hour mark, and we'll get it set for you here, just so we can get an idea of what it looked like. Yep, a lot sunnier there. Beautiful day, and I'm sure they would have enjoyed their daytime adventures today. We do see Keilir off in the background, and actually very good visibility for the most part over there. I'm surprised that we can really see quite far with some of the other volcanoes visible as well. Let's leave that one be. We'll move to the next shot, and that is from the Reykjanes Peninsula, and not a bad shot as well for 11:24 at night. And we do know that the town of Grindavik is over there, and of course you can see a little bit of a rise there. That is the Ragnar's cone, and it is over there. The primary geyser vent here still doing its thing, so we know it's okay. And of course you see the power plant here doing what it needs to. Not seeing anything else from the other vents. Looking in the background, you can see some steam coming up there. That of course is where the other power plant is, as well as the Blue Lagoon. So that's what we've got going on there. Let's pop that back to about 9 hours, and we'll see. And let's get there. Come on, computer, you can do it. Ooh, much brighter, and very good visibility. You can definitely see the houses out there at Grindavik. Can't see the towers, a little bit too bright for that, but definitely see Ragnar. Not seeing any steam there for the Blue Lagoon, but we're okay with that. Seen that on the other shot, so let's put that back to live, and we will move on to the next shot. That is supposed to be Katla. Well, it is still underneath all that. Look at that big bird. It's got engines and everything. They've got an airplane flying by. Pretty cool and awesome. We will go back that one up about 9 hours as well, and hit it right there. There we go. And yep, cloud over that area, not the greatest, so we are not able to see anything. I'm just trying to back up a little bit more to see if we could spot it at any point in time. But looks like no joy at looking for Katla, which is buried under the ice below those clouds, and that is what we've got there. Won't dwell on it. We'll carry on. I'm going to make that one smaller. Go to the other shot. I don't know if that is going to work or not. Oh, we were on the wrong shot to begin with. They can't see nothing there. Darn it. Let's see. Oh, I'm clicking on the wrong ones. Yeah, on that one, we just don't see it. All right, let's leave that one be. Did Dr. Fox swim in the Blue Lagoon? No, Tom, I did not. As a matter of fact, I don't want to sound rude, but I couldn't fathom that smell. Put it that way. It was just not to my tastes, if you will. Anyway, let's go over to the harmonic tremor charts. I have not yet refreshed it, so what we see will be a surprise for me. And lo and behold, there it is. We did have an uptick in our magmatic, and then a big drop off and a slight rebound as far as our purple frequency is looking at here. So and looking at what we see for a seismicity, it started out fairly well, dropped a bit and regained a little bit, as well as down here with the tectonic action. we are seeing a bunch of little spikes, so hopefully we have still some sort of activity there for Fragile. We'll take a look at the earthquakes after the break, of course. Let's go take a look at Askja real quick. And we'll get on there. It should be right around there. Askja finally starting to look like a normal chart again, instead of all this jumbled and mixed up stuff. We see our magmatic again drifted up a little bit and dropped back down. Looks like a seismicity holding tight, but then it jumped here at the end. Not sure what the heck is going on with that. And it looks like our well, roller coasters continuing with what we're seeing as far as our tectonic movement, so not too bad. Going down to the next one, let's see if they fix the Grimsey sensor. Grimsey, of course, the northernmost island up there. No, there's Grimsey. Still broken, can't give you a report on Grimsey. Grindavik, though, we are seeing a very similar movement to what we've got here for a magmatic, very close to what Fragile is. Same thing with the seismicity. Something really odd, though, right in the middle here, and not sure what that is, but seems that we are getting that odd thing happening just about daily. And even if we look back quite a ways, I'm thinking they're turning on some kind of a machine somewhere that is shaking the sensor. Going real quick to our next one, that was Kristevik, and after that it will be break time. So let's have a quick peek. Kristevik, where are you? You gotta be here. Oh, did I pass you? I think I might have passed it already. There is Kristevik. And now that showed more of an uptick as far as magmatic is concerned, and a bigger drop and a bigger rebound. We'll get to that in a second. There, Kim, we see that we've got up and back down with our seismicity as well. And our magmatic movement, tectonic movement is holding pretty steady, but we do have some quakes in there. We'll have a look at those after the break. So from there right now, let's see, where the heck can I put you to something that is live and popping? I don't know what to do with you right now. Let's put you on to Popocatépetl for the break time. And I know it's not doing a heck of a lot right now, but we'll leave you on there. I did post a video earlier, and I was in a hurry, so it ended up having a commercial in it that I need to try to edit out, and we'll see if we can do that later with the little trim feature that apparently they have there. Okay, on that note, I'm not sure if that glow was actually from lava or if we have something else causing that glow up in the wonderful Popocatépetl, what do you call it? Caldera up in the top. That's what it is. It's a volcano. Anyway, sends Advil-equipped drones to Grimsey. That might be too heavy. Okay. Anvil-equipped drones. Okay, I thought Advil. Darn it, I almost had it right. I'm trying to see too many things at the same time, and the screen is in the way. Here's some music. Oh, hang on. That ain't gonna work. I gotta shut that program off and restart it. It really tried to mess up there today. I guess the last Windows update decided to change everything, and for some reason it started using a different list which contained everything. But let's throw the music on. There we go. We got that cooking. And hang in there. Keep an eye on Popocatépetl while we're on break. And and I will be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. For those good people who are here, if you haven't yet hit that like button, now's your opportunity. Also, if you haven't hit the subscribe button, consider doing that if you're enjoying the show. On that friendly note, I'll be back. Don't go away. Keep smiling. Play nice in the lava. And there we go. That microphone is back on. At least I hope it is. And welcome back, everyone. Glad to have you all on board. Thank you, Kathy, for the welcome back. Aloha hugs. And nice to see you, Kathy. And let's see. Thank you for the welcome backs from Henry and Mars. And Sue, and welcome back, Daddykins from Piggy. Awesome, and thank you very kindly for that. Yeah, Popo is not doing as much as I'd like it to. Darn it, I wish it was. And we should have maybe tried to go back a little bit in time and seen if it was popping a little more. But we'll look at that after the earthquakes from Iceland. And that is what's coming up next. So let's get over there and we will have a look and see what we've got cooking today. And there it is. And all right, so 70 quakes in the last 24 hours, and we've got quakes all over the place, and lots down here at Katla. And too bad we couldn't see it today. Looks like a reasonable amount up here in the northern portions, some over here at Grimsvatn and on Bardabunga as well. And we'll take a look at those in a second or two. First off, we'll hit the Reykjanes Peninsula. Anyway, there is our wonderful Keflavik Airport for those who are flying there. And there's Keflavik, Reykjanesbær, Jarnvik. Down here, of course, Grindavik, and as we were talking about that, a view from the lighthouse, that is right here, and the primary geyser vent right in there, and the power plant right there. If we move over and we go north of Grindavik, we see the Blue Lagoon right in here, and the power plant, of course, beside that. So let's get at some earthquakes. We do see 1.23, 9.7 kilometers down, 3:59 a.m. Sorry, 2:59 a.m. Boy, I gotta learn to talk all over again. And let's see, at 15:06, and we had a 0.3, 4.4 kilometers down. Another 0.3, 5.2 clicks down, 11:56. And from 15:06 we had a 0.51, 6.3 kilometers down. Then we get a little bit more onto the peninsula. We've got a 1 in magnitude, 3.6 kilometers down, 11:49. Next one is also from 11:49, a 1.21, 4.9 kilometers down. And this one is just in the water, 11:49 as well, from it's a magnitude 1.28. 5.3 kilometers down. That is right out there. We had one not too far away from Grindavik. There's Grindavik. There's the quake. This is in our wonderful Frankenfjell area. 0.48, 5.2 clicks down, 2:44 this morning. Looking at the rest of it, this outline, of course, that is for Frankenfjell, and I'm very happy to see that. Anyway, let's zoom in a little bit. This is the location of Ragnar, of course, and the Siggy Fisher over there. And right on the top of that little hill, we've got a 0.64, 7.1 kilometers down underneath. And that is from 9:03 a.m. And the swarm continues out here. So let's start from the top. Oop. We'll try that again. There, 0.92, 2.2 kilometers down. And note, yesterday we had them about 3.5 kilometers down on average. And we're starting out with a 2.2 here today. And that is always good news. 0.37, 3.3 clicks down, 44 minutes after midnight for that. 2:33, we had a 0.5, 3.1 clicks down. 1.05, 2.5 kilometers down from 10:25 in the morning. Then we had a 0.8, 5.3 kilometers down from 1:33. A 0 at 1.19 kilometers down from 10:34. and this 0.57, 1.9 kilometers down from 1 a.m. Let's grab this guy, 0.19, 3.1 kilometers down, and that was from 1:11 a.m. 10:32 a.m. 0.84, 2.5 kilometers down. This 0.313, 2.7 kilometers down. 1:37 was the time on it. 0.53, 2.5 kilometers down from 10:48. And let's grab him out here. 9:49 a.m. 0.35, 2 kilometers down. And then we got this guy here. That is a 0.37, 3.3 clicks down, 44 minutes after midnight. We'll grab the 0.09, 2.1 kilometers down at 2:23 a.m. for him. 0.05, 2 kilometers down, 11:21. And 0.15, 2.2 clicks down, 3:38 this morning. And I'm wondering what the heck is going on. 0.13, 2.7 clicks down, 1:37 a.m. And I don't know if we missed that 0.84, 2.5 kilometers down, 10:32. So considerably higher in elevation. Yesterday, like I said, about 3 to 3.5 kilometers down on average, and now we're seeing anywhere about 2.5 kilometers down, 2 to 2.5 kilometers down. Very interesting. That means the quakes are rising. Is it a magma intrusion coming up? We don't know. No reports of that as of yet. Maybe Yvonne Kunkel knows what's happening at Ragnar. Well, it would be nice. We'll see if she happens to pop in and see. And I'm not paying attention to the chat that much. I missed what Irish Monk retracted, but that's okay. I'm sure it was something nice. Anyway, let's take a look over here. What else we got? Getting over into the Kristevik area, we do see a 0.51, 2.8 clicks down, 39 minutes after midnight. This one a 0.64, 4.2 clicks down, 51 minutes after midnight. And let's grab these down here. 0.3, 3.6 clicks down, 21:09 from today for that guy. A 0.07, very small, 4.8 kilometers down. 4:41 was the time on it, and at 7:27 we had a 0.77, and that was a 5.5 kilometers down. Underneath the lake, let's see what we got. 0.61, 6.3 kilometers down from 9:56 a.m. and then 0.55, 4 kilometers down at 10:09 was the time on that. And next one is from 7:29 a.m. 0.75 and 5.6 clicks down. Zooming out a little bit, looking for more. We see a 0.85 there. Surface quake, 135 meters down, 39 minutes after midnight. Makes a guy wonder. And we carry on. We see this one, and down here is it. Yeah, just right beside the highway. 1.48, 135 meters down. 12 noon is the time on that guy. And over here we see a 0.61, and that's 4.7 kilometers down, 3:39 a.m. Moving over a little bit more, a 0.2, 3.3 clicks down, 18:45 was the time on that. Seeing nothing over here at Hekla, nothing at Eyjafjallajökull, but we do see a stack here over at Katla. So let's take a look. Not big quakes, but still, I'm still waiting for my PhD from Newton. Ah, cool. 4:54 a.m., a 0.02, 1.1 kilometers down. And this one is from 1:13 a.m., a 0.68, 24.5 kilometers down. Wow, that's a big change. And let's see what we got here. 0.51, 135 meters down, 9:12 a.m. Likely ice movement. Same thing with this one. 1.46, 4:05 a.m. 135 meters down. Next one from 12 minutes after midnight, 0.84 and 135 meters down. And there's another one from 10:45, 0.17, 135 meters down. Then we have a 1.8, slightly larger and a little bit deeper, 1.1 kilometers down from 1632. 0.38, again, surface quake, 135 meters down. 10:46 is the time on it. Then 1.28, again, surface quake. 1.28, 135 meters down. 11:19, and the other one is a 0.43, also a surface quake, 135 meters down from 10:48 a.m. And did we get them all? How about this 0.51, 135 meters down, 9:12, yep. And a 0.49, also 135 meters down at 10:17. Those likely are, most of them are basic ice movement on top. Of course, the weather is nice, so we expect that. Let's go up here to Grimsvatn. We're going to take a look at it. 0.67, 7.7 kilometers down, 2:33 a.m. for him. 1.28, 10.3 clicks down, and that is from 1:09 a.m. There's Grimsvatn right there. And of course, Bardabunga over here. And I swear that somebody is trying to remote start that truck that's sitting in there. Anyway, 1.16, 7 kilometers down from 1402, and 0.43 kilometers down, 1854, and 0.6, 8 kilometers down, 2155. Let's go up a little bit further. Here we are at Askja, and we'll see what Askja has got to say. Oh, who's dead? What? Leather couches require thousands of lizards to anchor a monk. Oh boy, oh boy. Duct tape. Yep, get the duct tape out, you guys. 3:14 a.m. 0.64, 2.6 kilometers down for that one. And the other one is a 0.85, 22.9 kilometers down from 9:24 a.m. there at Askja. And close to Herdebreit, we have this one, 0.33, 2.5 kilometers down, 11:23 for that guy. And for 2002, we had a 0.5 in magnitude, 5.5 kilometers down. North of Herdebreit, we got this 1.02, 4.9 kilometers down, 7:24 a.m. Next one is a 0.66, 6.1 kilometers down, and that is 1:51 a.m. Moving up a little bit more, we see a few more little ones here. 0.3, 2 kilometers down, 3:20 in the morning. And this is a 0.1, 4.9 kilometers down, 17:23. And let's grab this 0.8 over here, 1.1 kilometers down from 22:48. And we've got a 0.11, 5.9 kilometers down, 1:21 this morning. And 4:51, we had a 0.37, 7.7 kilometers down. Next one is a 1.16, 10.5 kilometers down, 14:04 is the time on that one. And 1.04, 9.9 clicks down, 41 minutes after midnight. This one is a 1.82, 135 meters down. Surface quake, almost. 13:56 was the time on that. This one here is 13:56 as well. 9.1 clicks down, Did I get those right? Yep, they are about the same time, same depth. So that's our earthquakes there for our wonderful Iceland today. And I'm always interested in seeing, swarms like this, especially when from one day to the next they are gaining elevation, and we see that it's about half to 1 full kilometer in rise in elevation on average. Thank you, Piggy, for that other £2 super chat, and got that message. Thank you very kindly. 5-minute warning, and I will take heed, and really do appreciate that wonderful super chat, Piggy. Thank you. All right, so let's get ready. I think never trust a scientist with new in his name. Newton. How about new Irish monk? No, Newton. Newton's law. We like Newton's law, and that is law. Anyway, cool. All right, we do have a couple minutes here before the break. Let's go over to the other islands a little further south, and that'll be the Azores. And of course, we want to see that a little bit better in this kind of a light. So, yep, Sao George or Sao Jorge, if I said it right, is the island we're on here. This is one of the little villages and the harbor. We can see the lights of Pico Island. It's not that bad of weather right there. And we may be able to see the other shot because we're just before midnight. Oh, a big bright light out there. Is that a UFO or a boat? I think it's a boat. We are seeing a fair amount of wave action here. The white water coming in here is indicating that it is a fairly rough ocean. So let's hope that boat out there, or UFO, whichever it is okay, and they will be doing their thing. Hands over, hugs, and sweeties. Good night, Piggy. You be good, and get some sleep, and take care of yourself, okay? And we will miss you. And of course, I want you to stay safe. That's important. Let's take a quick peek here. 2 quakes there in the Azores today, and let's just get that squared up a little more. There we go. That one, of course, is a 2.03 kilometers down. Came in at 10:33 GMT. Actually, there's 3 quakes on here. My bad. And that is 10:33 a.m. For them. That is on the island of Terceira. Next one is this one happened 7 hours ago. 2.7 is the magnitude, and 10 kilometers down for that. And that looks like it's right in the corner of the mid-Atlantic ridge and the East Azores ridge, actually on the European side. Came in at 16:58 as the time on it, and we'll go to the other one. This is a 3.1 surface quake. 1949 was the time on that guy, and that is all good. And Piggy, I hope you're getting some sleep. I should make that screen a little bigger. There we go. That's easier to read. And let's see. Yeah, okay. No worries, Piggy, if you're still listening, yeah, get some sleep, okay, or rest. I know it's awful, discomforting with having the issues there. So anyway, let's take a look. I'm going to make zoom it out a little bit so we can see where the Azores are actually located. And if we slide that down slightly, down here's the Canary Islands. Of course, we're in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. There's Portugal and Spain and France and all the little countries up there, England and Ireland over here, and Scotland up on the top, and Newfoundland and Nova Scotia, and there is a Sue waving at us from Nova Scotia. Awesome. And then we go over here and we take a look at Iceland and the Reykjanes Ridge that goes all the way down to about there, and then it turns into the mid-Atlantic Ridge again. So that is what we're seeing. And it is a time for a break, so I'm trying to figure out where I can leave you so you can watch some lava. And we're certainly not seeing anything at Popocatépetl or in Hawaii right now. And we've got a bunch of other ones buffering. Let's see if we can find anything happening there at Merapi. Will Merapi show us a little bit of bacon while I'm on break? Yeah, I think I'm going to put you on Merapi for right now. And yeah, let's do that. There is a little bit of bacon flowing, and we'll leave it on Merapi for the time being. So for those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, please do consider hitting it. That'd be really awesome. And what we've done is put Merapi from just about 48 minutes after midnight their time on the screen. You can see what it's looking like there right now. If you hit the like button. Also, if you haven't subscribed yet, consider subscribing if you feel we've earned it. And I'm going to go take a break. After the break, we will have bacon seeds. And yes, bacon seeds. You know, those are wonderful little things that we always show at the top of the hour. And or after the break. So don't go away. I'll be back. Keep smiling. I'll leave this on for right now. And we'll put some music on for you as well. And there it goes. I'll be back. go. The microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm glad to have you guys all on board. I see Debbie Brady also popped in. Welcome, Debbie. Grenzed is also on board. Kia ora, Grenzed. Nice to see you. OneFish26 also popped in. We didn't see you earlier, so welcome. And I think we're all good for right now. Thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and OneFish and Mars and Henry, and all good. Yep, we're good. All right, so yeah, during the break here, we kind of watched a little bit of what's going on there at Merapi in central Java, Indonesia, and I thought I'd just leave that on so we can see a little bit of lava flowing. Unfortunately, it's not the best view, but hey, at least we've got some bacon there. Anyhow, thank you for the welcome backs, and it is a time for bacon seeds. So let's go over and do that. I got those loaded, and we wanted to see what we had. Of course, that was the last one from yesterday, and our wonderful Piggy sent us a whole bunch more. So let's see what Piggy sent us here today, and we'll get at them. So this is the first one, and I think if you wake up in the morning and have a coffee that has a little pig in there, I think we have a little problem. Anyway, that is a cute little guy and a cute little cup. He's got a smile on his face, so very, very awesome to see that little fella, and pretty nice if you ask me. Hopefully our bit rates are good so nobody is buffering and can enjoy that view. That's a cute little guy. And the next one on our list, well, talk about a showboat. There you go. We've got a pig boat with another little bacon seed inside. I don't know where he's going. It looks like he's boating across a tile floor or something, but nonetheless, pretty awesome, and I like it. Breaking the bank. Is that what he's doing? He got into the piggy bank and got out. It's either that or he's hatching, one of the two. I have no idea. I don't see any shards or anything, so anything is possible. Let's continue on, and we'll see what this guy is. Mr. White Stripe. I think we've seen him once before, but hey, that's okay. We can have another look at him. I like his snout bopper there. He looks not bad. Like that, the stripe going all the way across the whole front end of the body. It's almost like he's wearing a suit, and that's where it splits. And pretty awesome. Maria, thank you and welcome. I'm glad to see you. And next bacon seed is this one. And that's a cute little guy. He's looking right at the camera, and looking pretty darn good if you ask me. And let's go to our next bacon seed, and that is this guy, posing for the picture. Gotta love it when they do that. Mr. Black and White. I couldn't decide which color he wanted to be today, but that is awesome. Yep, a mini bop. You bet. And the next bacon seed is, what's going on here? Well, I guess this pig decided he couldn't fly, so he had to get some extra balloons. And I think he's chasing after that butterfly. Please, somebody save the butterfly. Pigs can fly. Yep. Escaping its sty. That could be. I wonder if a piggy does that with their straps and everything, and puts up the balloons and opens the moon roof, and away she goes. Anyway, let's have a look at the next one. Maria Sue. Oh, hi. Okay, cool. And let's see. Don't give Piggy any ideas. Yeah, you know, we got to give her all kinds of ideas and keep her mind preoccupied, and that'll be more comfort to her, I think. And here's the next little bacon seed, and this guy is out for a little walk in the sunshine and the grass, looking pretty awesome. And I like that little guy too. He's cute. All right, next one is this one. Now, speaking of cups, this one, I don't know if he's in the cup. I don't think he is completely. I think that cup is a little too small for him. But he's at least got his front trotters in there. And he's doing what he needs to. And that's drinking all of that coffee. Anyway, let's leave that one be. We'll get on to the next one. Yep, this coffee tastes funny. I think so. It's something to do with that trotter flavor. Next one is this one. Now, if you ever seen a bacon seed, well, here's one. That is an absolute little handful. A beautiful little guy, and very, very young. And of course, being handled with due care and caution there. It's a one-hander, and yep, a very tiny, flying Winnie the Pooh style. Yep. And we've got one more bacon seed to go for today, so let's see what we've got. Hey, Brian, Perfectibility 999 is also here. Welcome, Brian. And let's good look at the next one. Did I say hi to Sharon Stewart? I don't know if I did. Hi, Sharon Stewart. And speaking of cups, okay, now this is a little bit different. And we've got a 3 in the cup. That must be one awful large cup. And I think that coffee would definitely taste a little bit on the funny side, especially with the Oreo cookie foundation pig insertion here. And yeah. Yeah, well, what's the matter, Mars? You don't like having your Oreos in your coffee cup? Dip your Oreos in there? Isn't that what you're supposed to do? That looks pretty awesome. Actually, I think that's a nice shot. Maybe that's a hogwash. Ah, well, then I don't think you want to be drinking it. That could be a hogwash. You never know. You never know. I wasn't there, so I don't know. I'm sticking to it. All right, let's get over to our... first off, thank you, Piggy, for sending these wonderful bacon seeds in. Really do appreciate that. You've done a fantastic job once again. And really, I do appreciate your efforts and providing those every day. And I know it gets a little bit tough sometimes to make sure that you've got fresh seeds, and it is what it is. So we've got over, what is it? This is 3,820 is the number on this photo. So yeah, we've got a few bacon seeds already. Anyway, it is time for our secret volcano, and I hope I've made it tough enough today that it's going to be hard for you to guess. There is our secret volcano, and I'm hoping that we're going to have some people that can identify this. This is a beautiful shot, a little bit of I don't know if that's sunset or a sunrise in the background. No, Mars, that's not Stromboli. It is not Mount Etna, Kevin. Sorry. And so far, 2 guesses and wrong. Sue says Eyjafjallajökull. No, it's not E15 or Eyjafjallajökull. It is not the Barren Island volcano either. Sorry, Mars. And let's see if we can. I keep going. I know it's pretty tough with the close-up view and no discernible background. So no, it's not Villarrica. Sorry, not that one either. All right. Have I picked a tough one here, or am I just getting lucky? Beautiful Strombolian style eruption, though, coming out of this, and I do like that. And Dr. Fox, I know for a fact it is not in my backyard. Tom, you're very correct. It is not in your backyard. No, Maria, the Eyjafjallajökull is called E15 by the U.S. Army or Corps of Engineers. Yeah, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers calls Eyjafjallajökull E15 because they cannot either spell it or pronounce it. So it starts with E and has 15 letters behind it. That's why they do it that way. But no, it's not Eyjafjallajökull, and it is not Pavlov. It is not Popo. It's not Fuego. Sorry, you guys. And you're guessing like crazy, but no, that is not Mount Etna. And let's see, who else is guessing? And I know it's Eyjafjallajökull is pretty hard to say too for some people. Anyway, it took me 2.5 years to learn it. And no, Kathy, it's not Sakurajima. It is not Mauna Loa. It's not called Hints either. It's not a Simaru. I'll give you a hint. First hint is it's in the Ring of Fire. It is in the Ring of Fire. So that is your first hint. I know it's not Wolf Volcano. Sorry, Maria. Also, not Kilauea for Mars there. And okay, so that first hint was it's in the Ring of Fire. Second hint is it's not a Sabancaya or Cotopaxi. What? Helamau Mau. No, it's not Helamau Mau either. And next hint is it's in the southern hemisphere. It's in the southern hemisphere. So that is your second hint. So it's in the Ring of Fire, and it is in the southern hemisphere. And I'm sure that will help you. That eliminates at least 800 volcanoes. No, it is not Fernandina. It's not Ruapehu. It's not Krakatau. It is not Tonga. It's not Sakurajima. No. And let's see, have we got any more guesses? No. It's not called Indonesia. It's not called Kamchatka. Kamchatka is a peninsula, not a volcano. There, Mr. King, just so you know. But no, it's not. And that is not in the southern hemisphere. Erebus, no, not Erebus either. In the Philippines, maybe. I don't know. I've got no idea, Brian. I'm not going to tell you the country. That is okay. But let's see. What else can I give you for a hint? No, Kevin Williams, it's not White Isle Volcano. It's not Bardabunga. It's in the southern hemisphere, Bob. Mars 2028. Yay! Congratulations, Mars 2028. It is Yasur, and that is the wonderful volcano. And Mars got it today. So Mars will get 2028 gets the cookies. Congratulations, Mars. And that is all awesome. And there you go. And we'll give you a stack of cookies. Tom says you have 3 minutes until your Pepsi. Awesome. And speaking of Pepsi, I'm down to half a glass here. I have my emergency can of Pepsi in the fridge. And worst case scenario, I have another one out in the van, but I do need to do a Pepsi run after the show. What it is worse than a mastermind. This is worse than a mastermind. Okay, Irish monk. I know it's tough. It's tough. It's not the easiest thing, especially when I present a shot like this. It's a beautiful close-up shot, but unfortunately there is no other detail to describe where it's at. So otherwise it would be way too easy to guess at these, and we wouldn't have any fun. But you know, I do like these nice pictures, and I like showing them once in a while, so and that is pretty awesome. Is there any fox trickery here, Dr. Fox? No, actually not. That is the photo, and that is pretty much straightforward, and it could be almost any volcano. You know what, Sue? You're absolutely right. Without the extra detail and everything else, it does make it pretty darn hard. And for those of us who have looked at so many volcano pictures, it is pretty kind of deceiving, because even a good knowledgeable person, unless they have the actual surrounding area, is going to find it tough. Certainly it wasn't an easy one. Well, Kevin Williams, that's the whole idea. If it was too easy, this wouldn't be any fun, would it? At least that's the way I look at it. Let's see, I'm going to see if I can find some more bacon for you guys for the break time. And Irish monk, be a silent young doik Pepsi. All right. Thank you, Irish monk, for your wonderful super chat there. Irish monk. Irish monk. Let's see if I can spell that right. There we go. And thank you kindly for that wonderful super chat there, Irish monk. And I will certainly go take a break. So be good, keep smiling. I am going to put you back over to Merapi, because Merapi is doing its thing. I am going to go take a break. Yona is in here now too. Yona from Iceland, welcome. I'm glad to have you on board. And on that note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. If you have not yet hit that like button, give it a quick bop. Also, if you haven't subscribed but you're enjoying the show, give that a quick bop as well. I'm trying to see if I can get this thing ahead just a little bit more to show you some lava. There we go. We got some lava flow, and we'll leave that on during the break. Here comes some music. Keep smiling. We'll be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Don't go away. Thanks. And thank you, Irish monk. Awesome. And there we go. That microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you are watching VolcanoX live stream. Thank you for the welcome back from Sue. And yes, it's the longest daylight hours of the year. And even here in Edmonton, our sunset tonight is sunset time is 10:07 p.m. at 10:07 p.m. So that's quite late, and sunrise is somewhere right around 4 o'clock. So 4 hours of almost, well, I'll call it twilight. If it wasn't for clouds, we wouldn't get any darkness. Anyway, thank you, Sue, and I hear you, DrFox2000, from Sharon Stewart. And he is a bit thinner now, Irish. What happened? And who melted the snowman? He is in his freezer at home, doing his thing. He'll be okay. Okay, that was done. Added a bit of a lemon. I hope he won't mind when he thaws. Okay. Oh boy, you guys are really being mean. And welcome to Philomena. Good to see you. Anyway, let's carry on. Of course, we've been looking at Merapi on the screen. We might as well finish Merapi off and do that. Of course, this one was from it was about 45 minutes after I guess somewhere thereabouts. I think that's when it was. Yeah, 45 minutes after midnight their time. And that was actually a very nice flow of lava down the hill. And you got to admit, that was worthwhile. Lots of bacon. And definitely good to see the flow happening. I'm just scanning for other ones here, and I do see some other ones that are not quite as impressive, but still doing their thing. So let's take a look at some of the other ones. We'll just rewatch this flow down here, and that is actually pretty darn awesome to be able to see that as it migrates down that hill and fans out. Since the stuff is, very good bacon. Thank you, Maria. As it spreads out, of course, the canyon that used to be there was filled with effusive lava, and of course, this is now riding over top of all that stuff that had filled that canyon, and we see it spread out very nicely at the bottom of the hill. They are still, or I should say bottom of the mountain, they are still indicating that the flows are getting to that 1 kilometer mark plus, and some of the ejecta is actually making it out a little bit further to about 1.5 kilometers. So that is what's happening at Merapi. Let's take a look at this next scene. And this one from 2227, not quite as spectacular, but again, lava flow. We do have bacon, and that is a good thing. And if we go back even more, we see a little bit more back here at 2114, reasonable amount of bacon flow, and they were zoomed in on it, so that does help a little bit. And I like it, and that is pretty good. So all in all, I'm saying Merapi is making us happy today, and that is really, really nice to see. And there you can see some of that effusive lava spreading out, and pretty awesome to see that bacon aflow. And I mean, we got to have something to fill in the void for all the other ones that are not working, and Merapi definitely is continuing to give us a show, and I'm very happy that we do get to see some of that bacon coming down that hill. So really cool. And let's, well, we'll just let that go a little bit longer here as we watch it move on. And again, what I was referring to here, this used to be a very deep canyon. And when we watch some of the older videos, they would fly the drones up that canyon and then go up here into the caldera and have a look. And that was probably, I don't know, 30 meters deep to the sidewalls from the floor of it. And that is now completely filled with lava. So pretty awesome job from Merapi to be able to do that. Let's see if we can find anything else a little further back. And I don't know if there was much there. And let's see, there's one here. I don't know how well that one turned out. They made it smaller again. 2022 was the time on this one yesterday. And as you can see, it's flowing down that hill. Pretty awesome stuff. And of course you can see it on the black and white or IR camera. Infrared is actually what they're illuminating it with. And then again, the other one here, you can see a side shot of that wonderful lava progressing down the hill. This one is a completely different angle, so not seeing a heck of a lot. But looks pretty awesome, and nice to see bacon flowing, and that is all good. Happy Alitha? Okay. I guess if you call the first day of summer Alitha, that's okay. Yeah. Anyway, pretty cool. And let's go over, we'll make that one smaller for right now. We will go over to this one. Unfortunately, I don't think we're going to be able to see very much at our wonderful Mount Ruapehu. It looks like it is raining or snowing there. And unfortunately not working. Yeah, not good. If we go back in time, they had more rain storms, and there you can see everything is in the foreground is even bad. So not good weather for them. That was out of focus, and just after a sunrise, and that's about as far back as we can go before we lose all the lights. So not good, not a good scene, and that is what we've got going on there. Let's Maria, I will take a no ABBA joke. Okay. All right, ABBA. Anyway, let's go take a look at what our chart is doing for Taupo there in New Zealand as well. We are seeing an uprise here. We remember that was from yesterday, that big, small spike. But we are seeing increased activity once again. Not sure what the heck is going on there, but that is nice to see a little bit of action moving up. And here's the other chart. It looks like that action may be the entire northern end of the North Island, because we also see it going up here on this particular chart, which is a sensor further to the north towards the Bay of Plenty from Taupo. So pretty cool. Anyway, that is the chart there. We'll leave it and we'll move over to the scene, and we'll see what it looks like there right now. Not the best weather. There's our full screen shot. You can see that it is raining first off. We've got Mr. Umbrella over here, or Mrs. Umbrella, I can't tell. Anyway, we do see the raindrops. The lake, of course, is the caldera for Taupo, as you can see, and unable to see Mount Ruapehu, which should reside back in here because of those wonderful clouds. So that is it for there right now. ABBA Dancing Queen, and in the honor of Brie. Yeah, and that was her wonderful song, and she indeed was a dancing queen. Thank you, Philomena. This shot, of course, courtesy of the Suncourt Hotel and Conference Center there in Taupo, and we thank them very much for having that wonderful display up there. On that note, let's make that smaller, and we will change the view back to this. Next volcano we're going to go to will be our wonderful Popocatépetl. Let me get onto that screen. Why does that look so fuzzy? It did drop. There we go. And that is what we're seeing right now. I'm more interested in going back as far as we can. We'll start at the beginning of what we can see. That's 6:51 a.m. Of course, what you're seeing and being put out is some heavy gases there. Actually, fairly light looking as far as the color. So, not sure what's all in there gas-wise, but seems to be pretty good. Unfortunately, in this shot, we don't get to see the other side or where it's drifting off to. Just wanted to mention it was taking it pretty easy. Although you can see that smoke moving out, or the steam, fog, whatever you want to call it, and there's a little bit more. I'm just trying to see if there were some bigger pops, and there was. So if we go ahead a little bit, at 10:30 a.m. we do see some output right there. Looks pretty awesome. And if we move that along, that was fairly well sustained once again. So definitely doing its thing. So Popo has not given up as far as I can tell. And let's see, if we go back to one of the other views here, I think I'm going to put this one back on live. We'll take a look at the other ones, see if we can kind of sort out where this actually went. There you can see a little bit of a different angle as soon as it comes up. Give it a second, and that may take a bit. There we go. And yeah, you can see it puffing away, going to the right hand side there. I'm assuming that would be, well, maybe north, since that is early morning hours and the sun is hitting it from the left hand side. So pretty cool. And here's a little bit more of what's coming out of there. So it is indeed putting out a fair amount of gases, and definitely not holding back and not being shy about it. So there we can see a little bit more. And that's a 10:48 a.m. Pretty cool. And let's put that one back on live. That is a current condition there right now. Going to make that one smaller. Go to the other shot here, and we are not able to see very much on that one either. But let's do this one. This, of course, is the 4-camera shot that Arturo helped us out with yesterday, and that was from. This is not current time. It's a few minutes back. I think about 16 minutes ago. And that's what we were seeing. If we go back just a little bit more, I'm trying to see how much we can see with the sunshine still in there. But that's about it. So Popocatépetl not doing as much as it could. I did have that time lapse from last night that I did bring up. I want to bring that up here. I found out though that I boo-booed, and there is actually a commercial in there, and I forgot to take it out, but well, I didn't have time this morning to remove it. Where is it? June 20. I'm looking. I'm gonna have to load it up here. And let's see, Popocatépetl, where are you? May. No, we want June. Where is June? June 20th. So this was from last night, and this is without music on it, but I did speed it up to 4 times the original speed, so we see it a little bit better. This is from the one angle, then we switch to the other angle when this one goes into a night mode. And you may hear some popping in the background. Thank you, Tom, for the 5-minute. You'll have to what? Your last Pepsi in the house. Well, I haven't drank the rest of this cup yet, so I still have the whole can. And worst case scenario, I can run downstairs to the van and get the other can out of there. Anyway, this is a bit better there. You can see the other shot, other angle, and you can see some of that tephra flying out of there. A fair amount of material, and I thought it was pretty nice to be able to see that. As you can see it cooking, and it will start showing you a little bit more as things start to get a little better here. Starts out slow and gets going a little bit. Piggy stole it from you. Uh-oh. And there it goes into a black and white mode, or nighttime mode, and we can see the activity definitely is popping there. Quite a bit of stuff going, and yeah, you can kind of watch this for a minute or two. And of course, with speeding it up and using the sound on it, the popping actually sounds higher pitched because I've sped the video up, and I just thought it was just a little too slow watching it at 1 frame per second. So by speeding it up to 4 times the speed, it does give it a little bit more action, and looks a little bit more reasonable. So you can see some of those lava bombs being ejected from Popocatépetl. Definitely worthwhile having a peek at it and seeing those things flying out of there. And let's see, what? I blame the others for the stereotype. Oh boy, you got stereos typing now. They're Irish. I hope the stereo is a good one, like maybe a Muncie or something. That is pretty good amplifiers. Nice, clean sound. Old tube type is really the best. And there you can see more of that wonderful lava, bacon, if you will. And looks nice as it pops out there. And awesome. Let's see, what else we got in here? Well, that is Popocatépetl doing its thing. And that, of course, was from last night. So, nice view, and I thought it was kind of awesome to be able to watch that. And of course, it was Arturo who let us know that it was happening, and he happened to be in the stream here. So, really cool that way. But right now, unfortunately, Popocatépetl is not doing so well. Several things, of course, the clouds being in the way, so we can't see very much. Yep. Semeru and Mion reports. Yep, we'll get to those when we get to Semeru. I'm not there yet, Sue. I showed Merapi as a fill, so we'll do that. I figured I'd do that one first today, but yeah, I've got the volcano report as well, so we're going to do that. Of course, it is just about break time, and anyway, this is a little bit of a lava popping, and unfortunately, we don't have it well, we have it in a slower mode as well, but that takes time, and it's always hard to deal with. So I figured we'll show you the good stuff for now, and that is always awesome. Let's see what we got on the other ones here. I'm just trying to see if we got anything cooking on the other guys, but so far I'm not seeing it. And when we come back from the break, we'll take a look at our wonderful Fuego and a few of the other sites. Fuego, of course, was in the clouds for the most part all day, but we'll see it from early this morning, so that is all good. Anyway, looks like break time is here. I'm not sure where to actually leave you. We don't have a heck of a lot happening at Helima crater. Let's see, I'm just looking. Is this one still going? We'll put that back on live. Well, we can put you on Mayon. Mayon is really not doing that much right now, but we can certainly take a look at it after the break. And Semeru is not on live right now, unfortunately, so that is kind of a downer, but we do have that. I'm going to double check and see if Taal might be on as well. And yep, Taal. Oh, why did that make that little? Close a player. Okay, click on that full screen, and let's see what we got going on here. And well, oh, that's no good. Huh. We can barely see it. Okay, let me put you over to Taal, and for the duration of the break. This video is just about over. Well, that's about halfway. Maybe I can leave this on. I'll leave this on for the break. I'm actually going to just do that. Okay, so we'll leave that on there. I'll let you guys watch this for the break, and hopefully we'll be able to get to Taal and Semeru and those other ones after the break. So keep smiling, be good, be kind, and of course, if you have not yet hit that like button, give it a quick bop. That'd be really awesome. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing if you haven't done that. And on that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I'm going to go take a break. Be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Here comes some music, and I'll leave the popping sound on in the background there, so if you hear it popping through, you'll know what's going on. Don't go away, I'll be back. And there we go. The microphone is back on. Welcome or welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. And of course, you are watching a VolcanoX live stream. The stuff on the screen right now from last night, and there it is. That's the end of that video. And we did have that posted on the channel. So if you guys want to go back and have a look at it, you are more than welcome to do so. We'll return you to live. There is Popocatépetl live right now. Unfortunately, seeing a bunch of a cloud, and the top is hidden, and we can't see a darn thing. Darn it. And thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and Mars. I'm back from the Lurkers Lounge. Thanks for the lava cookies. You're welcome. And thank you, Scott Hartman. And Wonky Donkey as well. And sorry that you missed the bacon seats there, Wonky. It was just a bunch of cups with pigs in it anyway. But all good. No, we liked it. It was nice. And I hear you, DrFox2000. From Sharon Stewart. I'm still waiting for that recording, Sharon. One day it'll happen. I'll get an email and say, here it is. Listen to this. And we'll see. Again, okay, laughing. Okay, or lagging. Oh, you were lagging. Okay, and that makes more sense. It will. Okay, one day, I'm sure. Anyway, let's carry on with the next one. We were going to go over to the awesome shot of what we're seeing there. Whoop. I'm trying to get that squared up here for some reason. I'm not quite in the frame. There we go. We seen the lightning just a second ago. And that is Fuego right now. So they do have a reasonable shot. The moonlight is lighting up things, and of course we are seeing some. I thought it was lightning, but it could be something else. It could be, well, it could be cloud getting too close to the IR camera lens, and of course lighting up. But to me, it looked like lightning was happening. We're not seeing anything popping out of the volcano right now anyway. Even if we go back though, it was, that's got to be lightning. It was, for a little while it was visible, but that was short-lived. You can see those thunder clouds and the stuff building up in the outskirts. And we do see a little bit of a puff coming out of there. We know it's still cooking, but I'm not sure what exactly was going on. If we go to this shot here, you can see quite a plume coming out of there, a fairly white, kind of a cloudy material. Not sure if that's just a moisture driven or what it was. And then when we go a little further, it looked like we had a lenticular cloud trying to develop over top of Fuego. Fuego, of course, in Guatemala, for those who aren't familiar with it. And if we go back, we know we were in the clouds for a long time. And I'm trying to get back to a point where we weren't in the clouds. And that is back early this morning at 9:06 a.m. And again, very difficult to determine whether that's actually coming out of the volcano or if that is just a cloud going by. And that was when it peaked out. Prior to that, it wasn't peaking very much. Let's see, is this still moving? No, it's trying to. Let's see if we can get back to a reasonable shot. How about right there? Yep, and that is coming out of the volcano, but that is 8:29 a.m. Prior to that, if we go back just about all the way, you can see it was off-gassing, not a heck of a lot coming out of it. That's 7:30 this morning, so that is just about 12 hours ago. that we were seeing that. And we'll put that back to live and carry on with our next ones. So that is the current condition there at Fuego in Guatemala. And we'll make that one smaller and go to this next shot. I did not get a shot earlier, so that is what it is looking like inside of the caldera of Masaya volcano in Nicaragua. And as we see, it definitely has more lava built up inside, and hopefully we'll be able to see this thing erupt one day. That'll be really awesome. I want to see that lava way up here, you know, up coming out of this lower portion of the caldera. That would really be cool. Next, of course, we have Rincon de la Vieja. If it's not cloudy, we might see it. No, we aren't going to see it. Next one is this shot. Let's see if we can see anything from there. I'm going to refresh it real quick. That is down in Chile, and not seeing a heck of a lot. It didn't seem to reload anything. Oh yeah, it is transferring data. Alright, and no, we're not going to have very good visibilities. The only one that we can see is this one, and that is Lascar. We do see the stars moving, and I can't tell if there's any off-gassing happening there. It does look like there might be some, but not anything discernible without a little bit more light. So let's leave that alone, and the other ones we're not going to be able to see either Laguna del Mole or Villarica because it is too dark there. Let's put it back to this one. I'm going to make that screen smaller. We'll go over to the next shot, and I did try to see that is that gray mass. This is Taal volcano, and that is live at Taal right now. But if we back up a bunch, he was streaming for about 2 hours, so we can see some of the off-gassing. This is about 2 hours and 10 minutes ago. You can see a fairly large plume coming out of Taal volcano, and I think we did have a little bit better view earlier, or later I should say, almost a little bit better. You can just see parts of it. Very foggy and very cloudy there, unfortunately. And let's take a look there. Yeah, that plume is a fair size, so we know that's coming out of Taal, and hopefully we'll be able to see more of that. He did zoom in on that plume coming out of there, so that is kind of a nice shot, except for too much fog. I wish that fog would go away. Anyway, we have another point here, there, a little bit more down the road. That is hour and 27 minutes ago that we were seeing that, and then it went right back into the cloud work. So we're not going to be able to see much more of that. And this is kind of what it was looking like with all the cloud and I guess a fog in the way, the condensation, and it got worse. So let's put that back on live. This is the current condition there, so we'll leave that. Let's make that one smaller, and we will go over to our next volcano. And this is, let's see, we'll make it live. There it is. That is Mayon. That is, of course, Mount Mayon there in the Philippines. And that is pretty decent looking. We do see quite a bit of material off-gassing off the top here. And it looks like we may have had a run of some material coming down the mountain as well. Unfortunately, not seeing a heck of a lot there because of cloud and a little bit too far away, in my opinion. I did try to see if we could spot something else there as far as lava going back a few hours here. This is, pardon me, 3 hours ago. And that's what we've seen there. It was continuing up top. I was trying to see if we could spot anything during the night, but there was a glow, and there you can see the glow up top, but not very good. Give me a second here. Okay, a microphone back on. Yeah, we do see a little bit of a lava flow going down the hill. Unfortunately, scene conditions aren't the best. It is just about time for having some more Pepsi. I definitely need that. So, yeah, there you can see a little bit of material coming down there. And again, that is about 4.5 hours ago, roughly, from Mayon volcano there in the Philippines. And we thank Lava TV Cabs for allowing us to restream his wonderful views here. So that is, well, he's live right now. And if you guys haven't subscribed to that channel yet, please do consider doing that. And you may like that. There is the link, and that gives you right onto this particular stream. And you can go over there. You can make comments, say, hey, Dr. Fox told you to come over and subscribe and that kind of thing. We'll be working with this one a little bit more. I'm hoping that we can do something to get them a little better camera. He's using a cell phone for his camera, and I'm kind of working on something here. I don't know if I want to buy him a camera and send it there, or whether we donate some cash to allow him to buy a camera. But I certainly wouldn't mind seeing this particular volcano a little more closely and a little bit more clearly, if you know what I'm saying. And a cell phone does work, but not all the way. So that is Mayon, and we'll leave Mayon right there for right now. We do have 2 reports I wanted to go to. We'll do the Mayon one first, and we'll take a look here. So Mayon, Luzon Island, Philippines, active lava flow continues. And this was a nice close-up shot from someone. And that is basically what the top of that volcano, the caldera, looks like. And here you can see all kinds of little spatters coming down. Actively a glowing lava dome in the inner summit vent at Mayon is what they're talking about, this inner summit event right here. So pretty cool, and we like that. That is a nice reasonable shot of Mayon. Wish we could see it that well all the time. May be his best network connection, not just limit of camera. Grenzed, yeah, that is true as well. He is got it in 720, but it is just, he doesn't have the zoom on that camera on the phone. So this is what we're kind of working on, because this is right from his house. So he does have power available and stuff like that. So I'm kind of thinking we'll see if we can build something. This, of course, is Papadena volcano. That's a different volcano altogether from 2002. So pretty cool. We'll leave that guy be. Anyway, the report here, no significant change in activity occurred since the last update. The lava flow fronts on the southern and again, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it right. Is it Misi or Misai and southwestern Bonga ravines have advanced 300 meters further down a slope since the last update, currently at 1.8 kilometers from the summit. So over the past 24 hours, 7 incandescent dome block avalanches and nearly 300 rockfall events have been observed, reaching a considerable distance of about 3.3 kilometers from the crater by detaching from the summit lava dome. Viscous lava is erupting in the summit dome and piling up there. The glowing lava dome is more and more unstable as hot lava material is being accumulated in it, which makes the dome prone to collapse into hot rock falls. So that is pretty cool. Okay, it's degassing. They're talking about the output of the SO2 being somewhere around 507 tons yesterday. So that is a fair amount of SO2 coming out of it as well. Again, a beautiful shot there, and who was it? It's is it Jamie S. Sissoko, if I pronounced it right as far as the photographer. Hopefully I've got it close there for that name. So that is our wonderful report on Mayon, and let's go over and get a report on Simeru, and let's close some of these other things. So Simeru, of course, Simeru, East Java, Indonesia, actively growing a lava dome, occasional eruptions go on. Okay, so there is a feed from them. That's magma is the guys that have that. PVMBG is that. Volcanian eruption from Simeru volcano today, and that looks pretty awesome. This is not part of it, so we'll leave that one out. And hey, nice beach, lots of lava right in the background. These are all lava boulders. Cool. All right, let's just take a quick peek here what it says. The explosive eruption from the volcano continues. Intermittent Volcanian type eruptions continue to take place from the Zhongring Saloko crater by producing northerly I can't say that word, gray ash plumes, which rose about 600 meters above the volcano this morning. So that is pretty good. Visible glow, near constant emissions of gas and occasional ash explosions suggest continuing a rise of fresh viscous magma accumulating into the slowly growing lava dome in the interior summit crater. From the lava flow continue to descend to over the southeastern ravine. So that is pretty good. Doesn't talk about SO2 or anything, but it is producing a bunch of SO2 as well. That's our report on our Simeru. Unfortunately, they are not live right now. I'm going to double check and see if they did turn it on. And no report, no live from Simeru. But Mayon, of course, that is a few hours ago, 4.5 hours ago. This one is, we'll put it back to live. And that is the current view. One of the things that I did notice in this view here, it does look like we have a bunch of phoenix clouds kind of emanating from here and this side as well, indicating that there was likely some fairly heavy eruption of some sort. And I will leave that be. And the next one is a Taal volcano. As you can see, well, we've already covered that. It is starting to clear and lift. I think I'm going to leave it on to all for the break. That fog should be burning off, and the picture should be getting better. For break time, I'm going to go take a few minutes, so don't go away. Yeah, it's humid. It's very humid there, and that is the way it works. I'll let that sun burn off some of that wonderful stuff. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I'm going to go take a break, and then when we come back from the break, we will have a look at our wonderful, what's that place called? Japan! That's it. We're turning Japanese. I really think so. I'll be back in about 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. Keep smiling. Thanks. And there we go, the microphone is back on. Welcome back everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching a VolcanoX live stream. Thank you for the welcome back, Grandma B. And yeah, I figured we seen Yellowstone moving a little bit there, and I thought Old Faithful is going to blow, and we'll see what we can do. And Sharon Stewart says, I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000. I know, stick to my day job, because that singing career is just not there. All good there, Sharon. Thank you. And while we're here waiting for Old Faithful to blow, let's do the volcano report now, and that way we'll see what's going on. So anyway, we had 5 volcanoes that had activity last night that we missed. So late Tuesday's volcanic activity, and we'll put the first one out, and that is Sabancaya in Peru. Sporadic emissions to 24,000 feet, 7,300 meters, reported at 1930. Popocatépetl, Central Mexico, ongoing volcanic ash emissions to 20,000 feet, 6,100 meters, reported at 1930. Krakatau, Sunda Strait, Indonesia, volcanic ash to 12,000 feet or 3,700 meters, reported at 2015 last night. Cotopaxi in Ecuador, a new light volcanic ash reported on Vona, however they want to pronounce that, and observed on a webcam to 20,000 feet or 6,100 meters, reported at 22:45. Sangay in Ecuador, ongoing volcanic ash emissions to 19,000 feet, 5,800 meters, reported at 2,300 last night. So those were all from last night. Let's see what we've got happening today. And we'll get at Wednesday's activity. 6 volcanoes on the list. Semeru, East Java, Indonesia, volcanic ash to 14,000 feet or 4,300 meters, reported at 1:15 a.m. And we did that separate email report as well there, so awesome there. Mayon, Luzon Island in the Philippines, eruption to 11,000 feet or 3,400 meters, reported at 1:30 this morning. And then eruption of volcanic ash cloud, unknown height, at 10 a.m. And then again at we had eruption at to 9,000 feet or 3,700 meters, reported at 16:45. Nevado del Ruiz in Colombia, continuing volcanic ash emissions observed to 20,000 feet or 6,100 meters, reported at 5:30 this morning. Discrete volcanic ash emissions to 19,000 feet or 5,800 meters, reported at 14:15. Popocatépetl, continuing volcanic ash emissions to 21,000 feet or 6,400 meters, reported at 7:15 a.m. And light volcanic ash emissions observed to 19,000 feet, 5,800 meters, reported at 18:30 today. Sabancaya in Peru, still active, continuing emissions to 21,000 feet, 6,400 meters, reported at 7:30. And continuous ash emissions to 24,000 feet, 7,300 meters, reported at 1,500 or 3 p.m. their time. Cotopaxi in Ecuador, volcanic ash emissions have dispersed, reported at 9:45. And that is the end of that report. Thank you, Sue, for sending that wonderful volcano report in. Do appreciate those updates all the time, and that is awesome. And we still haven't seen Old Faithful pop. Come on, Old Faithful, what's wrong with you? Let's go already. It's just sitting there smoking or steaming. It's steaming mad at everyone. I think it should be going any second, and hopefully we'll see something come out of it. I want to see this. I haven't seen it since they got the new camera going, and it would really, really be nice to actually see that emitting its steam and eruptive gases during the new stream or the new camera's operation. They don't have it there very often, so we'll see what happens. Yeah, I don't know if it's going to pop now or not. I'm going to have a sip of Pepsi, though. I had to resort to opening my emergency last can of Pepsi in the house. So we'll see what happens. Oh, there we go. That's a fine vintage. I gotta love that. All right. Anyway, I don't know if it's gonna go. Of course, as soon as I switch away from it, it'll start. What? 8 years and 9 times. Okay, you mean the hot water? We have a solar water heater. Yep, that is pretty cool. Or warm. Yeah. That was a flap parking lot 55 years ago. Oh, and seen years before, being only 0 times. Okay, cool. Anyway, I'm just reading some of the chat here, trying to figure out what the heck is going on. And Kathy says I thought I felt a rumble before the June 7th eruption. Today I find out it's my AC. We run 5 or 6. Wow. I hope I hope that wasn't too confusing there. But yeah, you got to wonder where you get those rumbles from. Do we dare to go off this channel? I know it's going to erupt as soon as I click the other button. Let's see what happens. Well, there is the ice cream boat. We see it coming in for those who need to know. And I will go over there and make that bigger so it looks a little better. Yep, slowly pulling into port. We do have the ice cream boat. And that, of course, is Sakurajima in Japan. And I'm just deliberating seeing if no, we're still not seeing it. It's not. I don't know what's going on with that darn Yellowstone. It should be popping by now. It shouldn't keep us waiting. Anyway, there we see Sakurajima in the background, of course, and the ice cream boat pulling in. So for those good people who haven't got ice cream yet, run down there and get some right now. That'll be awesome. And the ice cream boat will be docked in about 2 or 3 minutes. If you head down the road there, you can see it at the lights. Make sure you go left and go down there. If you drop your ice cream, there's a building here. It's the hazmat place. You guys can go there. They'll help you clean it up. So all good. I do like the floor shaking. It is disturbing my body. Uh-oh. There's some ice cream and some lava cookies, and that is awesome, Kathy. Okay, I will leave that screen open. Going to the next one, this is, of course, a little bit more of a close-up of Sakurajima, and I have not seen what it's been doing today, so I'm kind of not in the know. Anyway, there's some cloud activity. If we go take a look a little bit further back, this is about 3 hours ago. We do see it emanating a bunch of a wonderful steam and ash, possibly. Not so much on the ash side, but lots of steam coming out of there and gases. And going back a little bit more, that's almost 4 hours ago. Looks like we've got some material falling in this area here. Maybe rain, it may be ash or something like that. If we go look at this right here, this looks a little bit odd. One of the things that we see here is it is a dropping down material, and the pinkish color would indicate that it is likely high in SO2 right now. So that could be it. And here's something a little bit more eventful, and we see that plume going upward. Unfortunately, it was dark when it started doing that. You can see that a plume blowing off to the right hand side here at 4:13 a.m. If we go back a little bit further into the darkness, I don't think we were able to see it because of the conditions there. And yeah, right about there, no, nothing visible. And going back a little bit further, I'm just checking to see if there's any kind of a glow or anything, and unfortunately we're not seeing one. So putting it back on live, that is what's happening at Sakurajima right now. We'll skip the close-up cam because it's really not going to do us that much good, seeing only half of it or a portion thereof. Let's go to the next one. That one is the other shot of Sakurajima. I'm not going to worry about it either. This one is ASO. ASO, of course, has got a plume coming out of this particular vent, and we can see it steaming fairly heavily right there. If we go back a little bit, unfortunately, it was bad weather and not very nice at all. They did have more rain there, so if we go back, I'm just trying to see if we can find a spot where we can actually see it. This is what it was looking like earlier. This is just an hour and 50 minutes ago, so I'm trying to hunt through this. Yeah, I don't think we're going to have a very good visibility. There was an empty spot here, or a little bit clearer, about 4 hours and 15 minutes ago, but only briefly and very poor visibility. So let's put that back on live, and that is what it looks like right now. You can definitely see the steam slash SO2 plume going off, and this caldera here, of course, got a very hot floor in it, and that hot floor, of course, causes the water that gets trapped in there to evaporate, as well as a lot of the SO2 gas that is bubbling through the bottom surface of that. Michael Olson, welcome. I'm glad to have you on board. Anyway, that is ASO for today. We'll leave that guy be. Next one is Asama, and I don't know if we're going to see Asama at all. It looked like it was raining large drops there, so very likely that we won't see it at all. I just scanned back, and I don't think we're going to have any visibility. No, none whatsoever. We'll find out, though, if it's been working away on the SO2 map. And let's go back here. The ice cream boat is still in, so if you haven't got your ice cream yet, do consider doing that, and run down there and get a quick ice cream. That would be really cool and awesome. I want to check and see if Yellowstone is erupting yet. No, still not. Same thing. Darn it. I was hoping. I want to see that new camera in action. Filming a Yellowstone National Park, of course. Okay, just about, well, it is pretty much coming up on break time. I'm not sure where to leave you. I'm still waiting for Yellowstone to pop. So we have finished Japan. We've finished the reports. And I think maybe what I'll do is I'll pop it back over onto a Yellowstone. While that is there, I'm going to Michael Olson saying, what? Yellowstone, we want to see the geyser going. What's going on in Yellowstone? Old Faithful, right there on the screen. That's Old Faithful. It was supposed to throw out a bunch of steam. You know, that's what that steam geyser does. Yeah. Yellowstone isn't going to pop as in erupt, if that's what you're... don't get that wrong, Michael. It's not going to do that. Uh-oh, hey, we may have a steam eruption now. I don't know. Finally, maybe? No, just little puffs. I have no idea what the heck that thing is trying to do. I was hoping. Well, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they don't have enough water down there or something to make it go. I have no idea. Maybe it will. Okay. Okay, maybe not. It's pulsating. Last time we seen something pulsate, it quit altogether after that, and that was that side vent at Helmaumo crater in Hawaii. So hopefully we will see something. It could, Doc. Well, Kathy, you're absolutely right. Yellowstone could pop, but I don't believe that there's any fear that we want to instill in anyone right now. You know, they do say that the conditions aren't there yet. We aren't seeing enough quakes. We aren't seeing magma rising anywhere. All these geysers would be going completely crazy if there was some stuff going on. But I think I'll leave it on here for the duration of the break, though. And hopefully we'll see this thing erupt. I really do want to see that. And maybe we'll get lucky. So yeah, I'm going to take my break early. Then after the break, we will get at the SO2 map, and we'll go through that. Mammoth area. Oh, Boo Mammoth. Mammoths? Yeah, mammoths are like big elephants. All right, leaving it on here. I'm going to go take a break. Maybe Old Faithful will go now that, of course, I'm not going to pay attention and walk away from the screen. We'll see what happens. Don't go anywhere. Keep smiling. Keep an eye on that thing for us. And I will be back in 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. So hopefully it'll erupt by then. And we'll see a geysering. That'll be pretty awesome. Here comes some music, you guys, and we'll leave that there. It is a nice high definition shot, though, even though it's not going. Hit the like button if you haven't done that yet. Also, if you have not yet subscribed, consider subscribing if you feel we've earned it. Don't go away. I'll be back shortly. microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. And of course, you're watching VolcanoX live stream. And thank you for the welcome backs there, Sue, Miss Sleepyhead. Oh, I know, blame it on my voice. I put you to sleep, and that is the way it works. I hope it was a good nap, though. And I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000, from Sharon Stewart. That is okay. And yeah, you obviously have the volcano report there, Sue, so you can reread it if you need to, or you can watch and go back in time and watch it again if you like. Didn't do anything super spectacular while I was doing that, so you should be okay. And Wonky Donkey's still here. Good to see you, Trev. And let's leave Old Faithful. Old Faithful is not making me very happy right now. It was supposed to have erupted, and it didn't. I had a 2-hour nap this afternoon, so I wouldn't fall asleep tonight. Well, that happens, Sue. It really does. Okay, Michael Olson says the ranger hasn't yelled, turn her on. Okay. I didn't hear anything either. Actually, I was wondering about that, if they had audio on here. And I don't believe they do, but I was just curious because it doesn't look like there's any settings for audio on the screen, so we can see the little things down on the bottom. That is a pause and live, and that's it, and HD in the other corner, but and something up in the top corner for full screen. I don't see anything else, so that is kind of a downer. Anyway, let's go over to the SO2 map, and we'll take a look at that. And of course, SO2, let me get on that map. Looking at what we see up here in the Kamchatka Peninsula, we have a huge circulation here over the Aleutian Islands, and of course, everything from Kamchatka is being kind of diverted downward, including the stuff coming off of Paramashur. What is it, oh boy, never mind. That is Ibico. And so Shivalish, and of course some of the other ones, that Karimsky and Kalayashevskoy, etc., are creating that, and that is what's going on there. It's raining, so that SO2 is being taken right back out of the atmosphere, which is really nice as well. Looking a little bit more interesting here, this is called Hawaii, and we do see some kind of funky design here, and I don't know what's going on, but we are seeing higher SO2 levels once again from our wonderful Hawaiian islands, and I'm wondering what's going on. And of course, looks like even Honolulu has got some heavy SO2 sitting over top of it, and of course that is all from the Big Island, unless Kathy has a secret volcano that she's not telling us about. She said something about something up in the northeast, but that is okay. And looking at most of Canada, looking not bad. We see most of the spots are good, but we do see some forest fires up here in British Columbia, and possibly here near Grand Cache. I'm wondering if that might be the pulp and paper mill up here as well. So they do have another small refinery in that area too. That could be what's happening there. Of course, the plume from Edmonton is we have about 8 oil refineries here, so that is likely what that is from. Moving to the east, it looks like we may have some more fires up in northern Ontario. and even somewhere around here, around Timmins, there is a circulation here. Not sure what's going on with that, and that may drag some smoke back down. We know that in Quebec they still have fires in here as well as up north, and it looks like the rest of the areas are clear out in the eastern portions, so Newfoundland, Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, PEI, and even Labrador look pretty darn good. Western US looks pretty fine, with the exception of when you get down south here, and that is compliments of Popocatépetl. We'll get to that in a second. The Midwest or central US not bad, and the eastern portions look very clean as far as SO2 levels. We get down into Haiti and Dominican Republic and Cuba. They have a little bit higher levels. This, of course, coming from Popocatépetl, and that air circulation is trying to keep it confined within Mexico, but we are seeing it cut a little bit through our wonderful Arizona, as well as New Mexico and Texas and Oklahoma, and pushing a little bit into Arkansas and Louisiana as well. Hopefully that won't persist, and they'll get some decent rain there to help clear out some of that SO2. Sliding down, we see Guatemala, as well as heavier from our guys here in Costa Rica doing their thing. So that is what we got there. Navidad del Rouge and the others still pluming into a central, well, into the Pacific Ocean there in central, from Central America. The heavier levels here, this is from Sabancaya, and it's doing a bang-up job again with high levels of SO2. And going down here, this would be Villarrica, Lascar being up on the top there somewhere, so not that big of a deal or that bad for them. We are still seeing a tiny plume there. Looks like they've got rain happening there in New Zealand, so not very much SO2 there. But this is, of course, the off-gassing that continues to be happening from the Kermadec Ridge area, and that is moving to the east, and hopefully that will dissipate. We're no longer seeing anything coming up around Easter Island, so that's a little bit of a switch. And this is coming from Melbourne, the oil refinery there. This will be coming from the coking plants there northwest of Sydney. Tofua in Tonga doing this plume here. This is Yasur and Gawa and Aoba there in Vanuatu. And Papua New Guinea looking pretty normal. Luotolak still making its plume. And then, of course, we look in this area that would be from Semeru, some of this from Merapi, and of course there's a combined effort here from Jakarta, the city, as well as Krakatau, which is right here. And Krakatau, of course, being a little more active again, is pretty reasonable that way. I'm not going to worry about the other guys. Ibu and Dakono being quiet today. We are seeing the elevated areas here from Mayon and Bulusan, and we know Taal is throwing out more SO2 gas as well. So even though it's fairly heavily populated there in the Philippines. Our Japanese islands out here definitely throwing out more SO2 again. China looking pretty normal, and so is Taiwan. And we get down here, we can see this trail coming off of Suwanoshi-jima, and Sakurajima is making this one. And then when we go up here, there's what ASO is doing. ASO is producing quite a bit of SO2 as of late. Moving up a little bit further, we do see, and there is Tokyo. It's doing its thing, but we do see a not quite really heavy, but elevated level of SO2 in this area, and I'm blaming both Tokyo and Osama for both of them are guilty. Moving on, we do see SO2 eastern portions of India still pretty normal for them, and that storm is still going here, or a circulation. I don't want to call it a storm anymore, but it is definitely doing its thing, and that was by Parjoy. It's finally starting to die out as it gets across the land. Going down to South Africa, we see the gold plants are still working, doing their thing, and of course here in Democratic Republic of the Congo, still our two buddies there, the volcanoes, Goma 1 and 2, doing their thing. Still too hard to tell if Erta Ale is doing anything with all that extra SO2 continuing to blow out from Saudi Arabia onto the Ethiopian area. So very difficult to tell. These heavier red spots, of course, are from oil refineries in Baghdad and Kuwait, and of course Saudi Arabia, and over here in Iran. This is Iraq. So that's what we've got there. And having a quick peek over here, we can see that a plume around our wonderful Stromboli, which is not visible right now, but Stromboli is doing its thing, and of course Mount Etna, and likely a little bit from Volcano as well. So that is kind of our SO2 report. We see fairly clear in Spain, Portugal, and France, and getting a little heavier there in Germany, and looks like Holland, and even in Luxembourg, but nothing really serious. England, not bad. Ireland, pretty clean. And looking at Norway, Sweden, and Finland, they are doing okay. Iceland, on the other hand, has likely got the aluminum smelting plant turned on again, and they don't smelt every day, so when we see it, we know it. So that is what we've got there for that SO2 report. So that is kind of it for that one. I'm just sneaking back, trying to see if no, it still hasn't erupted. Darn it! I'm hoping for I was hoping Yellowstone would start doing its thing. Let's have a look at the weather map, and of course actually first thing that we see here is Brett and 93L, and again, those are in about the same position as yesterday, so I'm not sure what we're going to do with those. Pardon me. Looking up on the top here, Alaska up to 24 degrees in some places. Excellent heat for those guys. Same thing goes for Northwest Territories, as well as Yukon, and looking pretty good. BC got back to higher temperatures up north again. We are seeing up to 24 degrees up here in the northeastern portions. Same thing up in Alberta. Top end of Alberta looks warmer than the southern end. Central BC, not bad, but we see here in the Rockies still quite cold. And I did talk to my mother yesterday. She said, yeah, it is cold. It's weird. She said it should be nicer, but she said for the weekend they promised a nicer weather. Bob's weather over there on the rock, he's got about 18 degrees or so, 18 in Vancouver, and we see it not bad going across here, 18 in Edmonton. Calgary, a little bit colder at 13. Kananaskis country is sitting at about 19 degrees right now. They're in swift current, and it looks like it is hotter there in Winnipeg at the 22, 23, and about the same in the rest of the area there for Judy M to enjoy. And we are seeing very high temperatures. This is crazy up here. And just about, I seen a 31 in there. 31 degrees, right on the edge of the Hudson's Bay. That is crazy up there for those guys. Let's take a look at Toronto real quick, coming in at about 21. Looks like 21 in London. Detroit slightly warmer at 22. Chicago sitting at about 18, 19. Milwaukee somewhere around 18. And if you go a little further west, we get up to 24 degrees really quickly. Montreal coming in 21 degrees as well, and we are seeing about 19 there in Quebec City, and up to 20 degrees there in our wonderful New Brunswick. And we've got about 13 there, 13 or 14 in Halifax, 16 in Cole Harbour right next to it. So, and that is a nice temperature. Looks like it's finally starting to warm up out there in Newfoundland as well, with up to 18 degrees and 19. Oh, there's even a 20 in there, and that is pretty good. Oh, 21. Wow. Avalon Peninsula, though, not as warm, only about 9 to 11 degrees depending on where you are. And looking at the northern portions of the Quebec, the province, and into Labrador, they're a little bit cold up there, but that heat is kind of pushing through, and that is incredible to see. And I can assure you the mosquitoes are loving it. They are going to be huge. Anyway, looking at the time, I think I am going to go. Hang on, what time is it? No, I do have time here, but I do have to clear my throat here. Hang on, you guys. Okay, and that should be a little better. We'll see how that works out. Portland coming in at about 23, 24 degrees. That's not bad at all for them. San Jose coming in about 17. The other side probably about the same as well. Looking up on the northern areas here, Redding about 28. Sacramento coming in at 26. And we'll see Los Angeles 20, 21 degrees, not bad. We are seeing up to about 39 degrees there in Death Valley. The official tally there, 36, but we are seeing that 39 as well. That's pretty cool. Thank you, Sue. 34 in Las Vegas, and we got 32, 33 in Mexicali, and about 37 just down below here in the Baja area, and 36 and 37 there in the Snowman's territory, Phoenix, Arizona. And hopefully he's staying in his refrigerator or freezer to stay cool. 34 in Tucson, getting over here to Albuquerque and New Mexico, 30 degrees right now for them. And we are seeing some incredible temperatures there in Texas, up to 39 degrees in a lot of places. I'm looking for the magic 40 in here, and we don't see it yet, but it looks like 39s for those guys. Maybe the 40s are here. Yep, and we see Mexico 41 degrees right in here. Do we have anything hotter? No, 41 is the high there so far, so that is pretty awesome. Corpus Christi, our rocket area, 29 degrees. San Antonio sitting at 31. Houston, 31. Austin, a little bit cooler at 26. going up to Dallas, we see about 27 degrees. I'm wondering if they've got a couple of storms in here, because you see that wind moving out of there very, very quickly. Oklahoma City coming in about 27, Little Rock, Arkansas 27 as well. New Orleans about 26, 27 roughly. And we see the eastern side a lot cooler. We'll get to those in a second. Miami about 28 degrees right now. Orlando sitting at 23, and Jacksonville 23. Atlanta coming in at about 19, 18 degrees. That is a little cooler. Looks like not bad for some of them. Charlotte is 18 right now. Grandma B's place about 20 degrees Celsius or 68 Fahrenheit. 21 in Virginia Beach. Baltimore 15, 16. Philadelphia about the same, 15 there. 18 in New York and about 15 in Boston. Let's go down to the rest of Mexico. I want to see if we got anything higher than the 41. So far, Mexico is still the leader with 41 degrees. Doesn't look quite so hot down here. And we are seeing okay temperatures around the Mexico City area with 23, 24 degrees, not bad. Yucatan holding in at 33, 34 roughly, and most of those places. Cancun sitting at about 28, 29 degrees. Central America looking a little bit easier as far as temperatures, but right up there in the high 20s. And seeing Colombia still showing about 31 degrees up in the northern portions there, and up the river valleys really well warm. And we see 24, 25 out there in the jungle areas. Venezuela up to about 30 as well in the lowlands. The rest of it is, of course, kind of a mixed mess with 24 to about 27 degrees. Looking at the Amazon River Basin, we see 25 to about 27 degrees. Looks like it's not bad in the interior of Peru, and did warm up a little bit there in Bolivia as well. Still seeing a lot colder temps though in the highlands. Paraguay looking not bad as well, from about 17 up to about 24 degrees. So not bad for those guys. Looks like eastern portions of Brazil a little bit cooler there. Rio de Janeiro only about 19, and we see about 14, 15 there in Sao Paulo. And looking at Paysandú coming in about 10 degrees for Paysandú. Buenos Aires about 12 degrees. And we see most of Argentina is fairly cold. So that's what we've got. Did I run right over my break? Yeah, I'm gonna take a break, you guys. So we'll do that. We'll come back and we will look at what's happening there in New Zealand and carry on from that point. Let's see, where can I put you? What's this doing? Old Faithful still not erupting. Why? I'll leave you there. Pardon me, I'll leave you there. It's got to erupt sooner or later. And maybe it's just out of gas. I have no idea. Anyway, I'm going to take that break, you guys, and don't go away. I'm going to throw some music on. If you're enjoying the show, please do hit that like button. Also, if you feel we've earned it, and do a quick job there on the subscribe button. That'd be really cool. On that note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. For those who need to know, we do have one bunny eating. And I'll be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Don't go away. Thanks. microphone is on. I didn't even realize I never turned it off. I did hit the button though. Darn it! And thank you for the welcome backs from Sue, and I'm assuming that there will be more people. But yeah, I forgot to turn that microphone off. So it's been hot. You heard me swear and all those bad things I was doing. Anyway, we're all good. So, yep, wonky donkey. Trev, have a good night. All the best to you. And still not seeing Old Faithful pushing out that steam. I wonder why. It's out of gas, maybe. I have no idea. Let's leave that be. We'll go back to our weather map and see whether we like it or not. Of course, if I leave now, Yellowstone's going to do its thing, isn't it? You know, it just might. Hot, LOL. I hear you, Dr. Fox2000. Hot Mike. Yep. Mike was hot all the time. I don't know if you heard much though, but that is okay. I'm wondering though, ever since the pond up on the roof has dissipated, I haven't seen any more or heard any more ducks. I wonder what happened to them. I hope they are okay. Those poor ducks, they have to go find some more water somewhere. But that is the way. I heard nothing. I was upstairs. Okay, well, if you were upstairs, you didn't hear anything. And nobody else said hot mic. So I was away getting a coffee so I can keep awake. Oh, I'll have some coffee too, please, Sue. And that's okay. I'm wanting to see Old Faithful gush out in that big plume of steam. Come on, Old Faithful, you can do it. Do it now. Oh, is it? Is it actually going to erupt now? No, it's puffing. I remember last time we seen something puffing. I already mentioned that. It pulsates and then it quits forever. What? This may be it? I'm hoping. Let's see. Good job. I made it a big cop. Yeah. Yeah, I'm glad you did that. I need some coffee too. Actually, I'm okay for coffee right now. I still have enough Pepsi to keep me tied over till I get to the store, so it's not that bad. Well, I don't know if this is the full eruption of what we're going to see here, or if it's just going to die out again. Anyway, I did get a chance to say hi to my bunny. LB was eating and had a nice snack, and LB told me she was happy that it's not raining anymore, and that was important for her, I guess. So poor bunnies, you know, when it rains they can't, well, they can get out in the rain, but boy, the rain, when it rains for 3 or 4 days straight, it's not good for them. I don't know, is Old Faithful going to do its thing now, or is it just going to continue to tease us with not throwing anything out? This is a second cup stream tonight. Oh boy, yeah, and I guess that may be the way it works. I don't know if it's my voice or if it's just the way it is, but sometimes it happens. We get tired. Okay, let's get back over to the weather map and we'll see what we see there. Actually, I'll describe this while I'm still looking at the other screen. We can see this high circulating and the counterclockwise motion here. And we're talking southern hemisphere, so it's backwards from the northern hemisphere. And the low, of course, hitting over here on the other side. And that is quite interesting that it's still sitting there. We got another high here circulating the opposite direction. Of course, that is picking up some colder air, pushing it northward, and that is getting into all these other areas. But this low is going to keep it cold, the cold a little closer to New Zealand, and hopefully it's not so bad. But let's let me get zoomed in there. Whoop, I clicked on the wrong spot. And we'll take a look here. Christchurch coming in at about 12 degrees, 13 degrees, and we see up to about 14 degrees on the south and eastern side. Western side a little bit warmer. We're seeing up to about 17 degrees, and still higher elevations very cold. Wellington coming in at about 14, and Hastings is about 13. Taupo sitting about the same thing. Auckland coming to about 15, and we see some areas here about 16. So for a winter day, it's not bad, but we do see that low circulating there, and I can well imagine they've got some rain pouring down. Tasmania looking pretty cold right now, 7 degrees in Hobart. We see up to 10 degrees in some places. 11 maybe, and about 3 or 4 in the highlands there in Tasmania. Melbourne coming in at 11, but we see some colder stuff here, 7, 8 degrees on either side of it, and that is not so good. 10 in Adelaide, Canberra 7 right now. Sydney a little better at 13, going up, and taking a look at Brisbane, we've got about 18 degrees there. Northern portions we are seeing up to about 29 degrees. There's some 30s in here, so that's not that bad. At least they're partially warm up there. Perth only about 12 degrees right now. Still a little cold there in the western portions, in the single digits in a lot of those places. And moving up a little bit more, we know we can see that warmer air in here across the Kermadec Ridge, Kermadec Islands, and then gets warmer as you go out into Tonga area, and then Fiji, of course, 25, 26. And Vanuatu at 26, down to about 23. New Caledonia 23 for the most part. Looks like not that cold there in Papua New Guinea, 28, 29. We do see the occasional 30 in there, so that's not bad. Eastern portions of Indonesia also holding some nice temperatures, very similar to Papua New Guinea. And moving over a little bit, it looks like Java and those islands here are quite warm right now. And looks like we've got about 28 degrees there in some spots in Bali, and looks like 28, 29. And even some 30s there on Java, and similar temperatures, maybe slightly colder, but similar temperatures on Sumatra, going up a little bit more. Singapore coming in at 30 degrees. Bangkok a little bit further up here, sitting at 31, 32, and it says 31 on the map, but 32 not that far-fetched for them. Moving over to Manila, 31 degrees, 32 degrees in that area of the Philippines. The rest looks pretty awesome. And let's see, we'll go up to Japan real quick. Kagoshima coming in about 25, 26 degrees. We do see that low sitting there, causing some issues, and it looks like colder in the highlands. Tokyo, though, still at 22. And we see 22 at the Sapporo, but we are seeing some temperatures up to about 27 degrees up on the northern islands there. or the Northern Island. So pretty cool. Or warm, yeah, not cold, warm. Up to about 19-20 degrees in the western side of Kamchatka, and the eastern side single digits in some places. Higher elevations is what I'm assuming, and we see that low moved a little further to the east, so they'll be okay there. Looks like some pretty wild temperatures there in China, up to 35 Celsius. Moving over a bit and looking at India. India, not that bad, but you get over here into Pakistan, we do see temps up to 37. Delhi is about 28 right now. Jakarta coming in at about 27. Mumbai is about 28. Pretty normal for Sri Lanka, not going to worry about that. Madagascar still looking pretty cool on the south side, only about 20 on the northern end. That's very cold for them. And we are seeing minus temperatures there in South Africa. They're going to freeze. And the whole southern portion is quite cold. Then you get into the central portions of Africa, looks a little warmer. And moving up into the Sahara, we see temperatures so far up to 34 degrees. And let's see if we can find some hot spots here. Seeing 37 as the highest so far. And I don't see anything higher, so we are still seeing those temps. I think the highest temperature so far is over in Death Valley. And that's about it. So not that bad for those guys. Cairo 21, and zooming in here a little bit, Malatya 15 right now. Adana coming in about 21 there in Turkey. And home of Piggy, she's got about 24 degrees Celsius right now. That is awesome for a nighttime temperature. Getting over to Sicily, it looks like they too are getting some warmer temperatures. Redanzo about 19 or 20, and that is what we've got there. And that should be about right. I don't know, let's see, yep, 19 degrees. Catania coming in at about 23, 24. Sliding up and looking at Naples real quick, 22 degrees for them. Rome 21, and going up to Milano up in the north there, sitting at 23. Looks like Sardinia's warmed up. We do see some temperatures up to 30 degrees, and we are seeing some hot areas right in here. This is pretty awesome to see, and that is Tunisia's coastline, very warm right now. And then of course we get into Portugal over here, 18. Madrid in Spain is 17. Aurelio's house 15, and sliding up a little bit more. Nantes coming in at about 18, and we've got 18 in Paris. We've got Munich at 19. Frankfurt coming in at 19. Cologne 21. Yvonne Kunkel's house about 18. And looking at about 17 there in Brussels, Belgium, 17 to 19 in Luxembourg. Amsterdam about 15 right now. And we're seeing a 19 in Berlin, 16 in Hamburg, and Lübeck coming in about 15. And of course 16 in Copenhagen, and we do see about 14 or so there in Aarhus, and then we see about 15 in Oslo, 18 in Stockholm, that's a little better, and 19 in St. Petersburg. Moscow is only at 12, and we will see, we got to zoom out a little bit, there we go. London coming in about 17 right now, looks like a little bit cooler there in Wales, and we move up a little bit and it gets colder as well. 13 in Leeds, and Glasgow coming in at about 11. Aberdeen about 10, and the highlands slightly colder. And looking at Dublin, we see a 12, and probably Irish Monk has got about 12 or 13 degrees there. So not bad. Thank you, Sue. And looking at Iceland, looks like the bottom is warming up again, and that is nice to see. About, what is it, a 9? It says 11 here, so let's split the difference. We'll call it 10 degrees. How about that? And looking at my time, let's do a really fast precipitation. We're not going to spend a lot of time on it. And we'll take a look here. A little bit of rain in Alaska, nothing unusual there. Some high stuff up on the top too. We're seeing some thunderstorms in Northwest Territories. A lot of cloud and rain throughout British Columbia, and seeing some more rain here in Alberta with some isolated thunderstorms in the southern portions. Looks like that low, the nasty system that was hitting us, has moved way over here into Saskatchewan and Manitoba's northern portions, and looks like it's also, well, pretty dry there. I guess they need it. Looks like some stuff here in Hudson's Bay as well as Quebec. And hopefully that will circulate a little bit and get some rain, get that area wet so it doesn't end up burning. And we see, looks like Nova Scotia, Newfoundland, and New Brunswick are pretty dry. Looks like Western U.S. is pretty good as well. And nothing until you get over here to Montana and North and South Dakota, and then you get into Wyoming and Colorado, and moving downward we see some stormy stuff around San Antonio and Austin and north of Houston for the most part. So smaller isolated storms, so no really huge systems. We see some stuff off the coast here, and I'm sure that's going to move up north there in Louisiana and those areas as well. And then, of course, the eastern portion of the United States. We do see Florida has got a system that is cutting right across the central area here, and Cape Coral, etc., all the way across, going out into the Atlantic. We see that. And looks like the Panhandle area here has got quite a bit of thunderstorm stuff happening, and of course Georgia as well as South Carolina. They are getting some bigger storms. North Carolina not quite as bad from the looks of things, but then we see a bunch of rain out here in the other areas, so Washington and those places, and looks like Pennsylvania's got a bunch, and then we're getting into some of the other states as well here. Not going to worry about it though. Not that bad. Central America, we do see lots of moisture dropping. Looks like Belize, Guatemala, looks like El Salvador and Honduras and Nicaragua. You pick. They're getting at Costa Rica and Panama. They're all getting a bunch of rain. And here's those storms. We want to see them real quick. This is Brett is heading for the Caribbean, and followed up by a 93L. So a couple of lows in there that are churning away. Looking at Brazil, southern portions are getting nailed with rain. Paysandu is dry. They've got some fog though. And let's see, the Chilean coast and bottom end of Argentina, not so a good place to live right now. And looking at what we've got here, pretty nasty. That low, as I was saying, it's bringing in a lot of rain. The high, of course, bringing the warmer temperature down. And of course you get that colder temperature hitting it, and poof, insta rain. So everything along the Kermadec Ridge and those islands there, Kermadec Islands, are getting nailed. A little bit of rain in the tips of Tasmania. Hey, that sounds neat. Tips of Tasmania. And then Adelaide and that whole area getting a bunch of water, which is probably a good thing for them. Same thing with out here. Very nice to see some rain showers. And we do see that Papua New Guinea and eastern Indonesia definitely getting some rain. Looks like Java's doing a little bit better with dry, but we go up to Sumatra, they start getting some stuff. Looks like Singapore, a little bit of rain there as well. And we get over to the Philippines. Yeah, well, it's raining. It's the Philippines. It's supposed to rain there. Looks like rain in Hong Kong, and we see Japan, central portions are getting that bad weather, and that is going all the way over to Vladivostok there in Russia. And then I wouldn't want to be in the Sea of Japan right now. Going further north, Kamchatka Peninsula, a little bit of rain. The Aleutian Islands, of course, is where that low is dissipated to, so that is what they're getting. And of course, here's that storm by Parjoy, and it is causing a bunch of rain for them there. And of course, it looks like it is the rainy season. Bay of Bengal doing its thing. And moving along, looks like not bad for Madagascar, pretty dry in the southern portions of Africa. Central regions, of course, a jungle area, we see that. And of course, the Saharan Desert looking pretty dry too. And the eastern portions of Turkey have got some rain, nothing in Greece, nothing in Sicily, nothing in Italy, nothing in Sardinia, a little bit there in Spain, nothing in Portugal, and looks like France has got some heavy-duty thunderstorms passing through it, a little bit going into Germany, Luxembourg, and Belgium. So nothing too crazy. And then we see this storm from Poland all the way up to Turku up in Finland. So that is pretty nasty. And then we see that system moving out towards the west. So Norway is getting a lot of that as well, with Sweden being kind of cut in half. Not so bad for England for weather. Looks like some rain up in the Scottish northwestern coast area. And looking at what we see there in Iceland, some interior rain showers, but nothing too crazy. So that is what we've got. And lots of snow for Greenland, and of course Baffin Island. So that is it, and let's see what we can find for a cold temp on the cold temperature map. And let's see, minus 72 already right there. Maybe it's going to be colder there today. Minus 72 is what I see so far already. That is pretty good. And let's see if we can find anything colder than a minus 72. How about we look over here and find a minus 73 again? And that should be somewhere right in here. There's a minus 74. Do we see a minus 75? No, there's a 74. Let's zoom in on that area. There's a 74, 73, a 74. Yeah, I think that's what we're going to have to stick with, a minus 74 degrees Celsius for Antarctica. I don't see anything colder. So everything is minus 60s for the most part, till you find the other spot there, minus 70 something right in here. minus 72. I wonder if we zoom in on that area. There's a minus 73 there. So yeah, it's still not beating that minus 74 on the other side. So minus 74 degrees Celsius is what I found, and that was over here somewhere. There it is, 72, 73. I'm sure it's there it is, right there, minus 74. So that is what we've got on the screen. And that is it for today, you guys. So thank you everyone for being here. And I really do appreciate the wonderful support today. And that is awesome. Let's see where we can leave you. Old Faithful is finally giving it out some good gushing there. It's a tie, fair and square. Congrats on both of you. Awesome, and nice tie there, C&D boy. I'll go feed the wild animal, or feed the animals in the cold places. Excellent, Sue. Thank you very kindly. And I want to say a big thank you to our gift givers first, and that was Scott with 2 separate gifts, Piggy, and of course Irish Monk. And thank you guys for those gift givings, and also for our super chatters, and that was Piggy and Piggy again, and then Irish Monk as well. And thank you very kindly for those wonderful gifts and support. That is really appreciated. On those friendly notes, it's time to wrap things up. So thank you, our wonderful moderators, Arizona Snowman and Piggy, and of course C&D Boy and Gary 24/7 Live, Ace of Skies, as well as Lucas Snow, Joseph Fields, Texas, and Mona Lisa Smiles. Thank you, moderators. Appreciate all of you, and glad that you're out to help. And let's see, what else we got? I think that is about it. And that will leave it as a big thank you to all of our lavaliers, all of the members of the Lava family. And just to remind you, you don't have to be a lavalier to be a member of our wonderful Lava family. Just come on in and enjoy yourself, that kind of thing, when we have these streams. And they are daily streams, as Bob will show you. He'll bring up the times for VolcanoX, and you'll be able to see that. Thank you, Sue, for your wonderful job with the volcano reports. That is always awesome. See you all. See all you lava lovers tomorrow, is what Sue says. Boy, I can't even talk anymore. I need to get some rest. I need to go for a Pepsi run. I'm just about out, so it's getting tight here. All right, be good, be kind, take care of yourselves, everyone. And please, most of all, tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. And good night, everyone. Take care, and we'll see you all tomorrow. Oink, oink.